listed below. The public may access this meeting at the district's YouTube page. It is 5:30. I'm calling this meeting to order. We have a full quorum. Mrs. Capisan, was this agenda duly posted as required by law?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and begin with the invocation and pledge of allegiance by Andrew LeBlanc.
Okay, please stand, bow your heads. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity that you give us to invest in the future for our community, the knowledge of your truth, your love, and your peace. Give us wisdom, creativity, and discernment as we lead today and every day. We ask for special blessings for our students and staff. May the Holy Spirit be with them always, especially in these summer months. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. We'll now move on to presentations. Mrs. Capisan.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. This afternoon, we have a couple of presentations, and it is my honor to present our first presentation, and that is Mr. Rafael Vela with our Texas Workforce Solutions Cameron. And he's here to talk about numerous opportunities in this past year. Mr. Vela and I have met and discussed opportunities available for our community. So I am super excited about having Mr. Vela here. Welcome. Welcome to Tarpon Nation.
Thank you very much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of the board. I have to tell you that the Port Isabel logo is the best logo in South Texas. And so it just warms my heart. I'm a native of the Valley. My daughter's a seventh generation Valley person, and having been reared here and really in Port Isabel, even though my house isn't here, I really do appreciate the opportunity. It really warms my heart to be here. So thank you very much. I want to introduce where'd she go? Our communications director. This is Graciela Salazar. And you all know Ana Munives. If not, she is an outreach specialist. Actually, she has a really long and impressive title. I told her her business card would be really impressive. She's more than an outreach specialist, but she has really shepherded the relationship, this really beautiful relationship that the Workforce Solutions Cameron and the school district have. In a short 2 years, she has created a rapport with over 1,200 students from the school district and dozens of faculty members. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate that opportunity and that partnership, and whatever we can do to make that relationship more robust. That's why we're here. So thank you very much. So my purpose today, and Ana, thank you for your efforts. My purpose today is to share just with you a few things. One is to give you a notion of what the Workforce Board, your Workforce Board is, what we do. I want to share some facts that influence the work that we collectively do together. I'm going to share with you the star of the show is labor market information. We hold labor market information for Cameron County. So I'm going to share that with you. And then I want to ask if there's any feedback from the board. So I'm going to try to condense what usually is about an hour into 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm going to get to it very quickly so you can get to the business of the board. In workforce, this is our mission statement. Workers need one of two things, tangible tools or intangible tools. So my job today is to hopefully give you all some intangible tools that will provide even more information so that the decisions that the board makes in the future are even more meaningful. So I hope that's my objective today. And so what you see here are there are 28 workforce boards across the state of Texas. We're that one number 24 on the bottom. And you can see if you look at number 1 way up there in the panhandle, that board, those are all counties. And that board, my colleagues up there have, 2021 boards. In our case, number 24, our service area is Cameron County. The other workforce board in the Valley is number 23. Their service area are the other 3 counties. So go ahead to the next one. We have 27 board members. Our board chair, this is an alphabetical listing. 60% by law of our board members are made up of the private sector. The remaining 40% or 45% are made up of the public sector. here is a cacophony, a salad bowl of diversity. You know, if you look at the far left, Mr. B Motor Company, Baldomero Trevino owns a couple of used car dealerships. And then if you look at the top, you'll see SpaceX there and some really HEB is B Lopez is our current board chair. And so it's a diverse group, but all we're under the watchful eye of the Texas Workforce Commission. Actually, the watchful funding eye of the Workforce Commission, Texas Workforce Commission. I'll introduce you to the workforce continuum. We tend for the county to 3 different components. Y'all might be used to because it is your arena, K through 12. In workforce, we do 0 through 12 because childcare, 70% of our budget goes to childcare because there's an impediment to work. And childcare is one of those things because you all are very aware of how expensive it is. So what Texas does very well is pay attention to those parents who need assistance so that they can gain gainful employment, important employment for themselves. So our training partners, if it might be TSC or a TSTC or any of the private individuals out there at organizations that provide training, we have a very meaningful relationship with them. And then, of course, all of those individuals go to industry. So go ahead. So that's just a little bit about workforce, and there's a lot more, but I condensed it. This, now, factors that influence the work that we do, and I would love to hear from some feedback from the board. This is an image that shows you, and you can see the source there, the household income, median household income in 2023. And I share this with you because most economists globally believe that household income is the one factor that means the most. It is the one thing that is an indication of the health and the well-being of a city, a region, a state, even a country. So what you see here is a snapshot of 2023. The blue is the United States, median household income. By the way, median household income, think of a line with a dot in the middle, and median household income infers that half of the people in the area make more and half the people make less. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but it's one of the things that's the most meaningful. Texas is in pink. You can see Cameron County in yellow and Hidalgo County in green. Okay. Go on to the next one. Right there. So that was a snapshot. This might be the most important slide, other than labor market information, that I wanted to share with you. So the way you read it on the x-axis, these are dollars. These are household income, annual household income numbers. And on the bottom is a 75-year history of household income. So what you see in yellow is Cameron County, in blue is Texas, and pink is the United States. And so I draw your attention to the gap. And those numbers are kind of random numbers that we chose that show the gap between us and the state of Texas. And so the story for us, while you and I have chosen to live in the richest area in so many different ways. 6th generation, love it here. I hope my daughter who just graduated gets her butt back over here, finds gainful employment here. So we do a lot of things really well. This is the one area that we have to work on. Though it's not the fact that we have this snapshot of 1 year, it's that we've sustained this gap for 75 years. So I pause for a second to get some feedback on this if you all are inclined.
Gentrification was something we brought up when we were meeting with our tax assessors and going over the values of, housing here and how it impacts us in retaining and recruiting employees to a labor, right? Teaching that is not paid adequately to what they should in terms of effort and hours and all that, and that was something we talk about often. So this is obviously highlights that, right? So
it's a meaningful point that you make in terms of wages. That's a whole other thing. I hope you consider this a first presentation, because we can talk wages and all the things that we at Workforce impact the work that we do. You're spot on. You're absolutely right. I have my own opinion about it after having dug really deep into this issue. And if you want to go to the tier 1, tier 2 companies, I want to show you that, but keep on going to the tier. That one right there. So we are an agricultural-based society by definition from its inception. The inception of the valley, that's who we are. So that's a really beautiful thing, but it doesn't yield very much in terms of the workers who work those fields, right? So what we have not had in the valley, and these are the three tiers that the Brookings Institute usually recognizes that are part of the industrial segment in America, really globally. And you see what we don't see in the valley and haven't are tier 1 and tier 2 companies that are not often, affiliated with higher salaries. That's what we've been missing from the beginning. Exactly. So it is a vortex that we somehow together need to figure out how to get out of.
Kind of a
You're-
double-edged
that's right.
sword, though, because as we get the folks from that tier 1
Mhm.
moving here,
Mhm.
that drives up the housing market, right? That drives up, which in turn hurts the folks that have been here for those other 75 years, right? So it's, yes, we want them, but don't raise our prices, right?
Ms. Zamora, I gave you I don't claim to be the prodigal son and have all the answers. But I think it's pretty clear that over the last 150, 60 years, we kind of shifted to a light manufacturing. We even did apparel for a little bit, but then when NAFTA came aboard, those apparel companies went to Matamoros, right? And then, so they had their heyday for maybe 10 or 15 years, the Hager, the, Levi's. So, and then I think right now in the Upper Valley, there's a resurgence of agriculture. So there's really large distribution centers over there that have made an impact. So that really hasn't gone away, the agricultural component. What we do have is a robust retail environment, okay? But again, that's, to your point, that's a really strange area as well, because you want more restaurants. You want more places to shop, but the yield in terms of household income is low. Somebody that buys a franchise, an owner or a company may benefit from those profits, but the people that work at those places usually don't get paid more than minimum wage. Exactly. So you're right. There's a vortex here that we together have to figure out and course correct. So any other observations? I'll leave that thought with you in terms of household income and that gap and that sustained gap for so many years. Now, here's something interesting. So this is animated, but let me tee it up. These are the categories that the federal government puts out there in terms of income levels at the household level, household income levels. I want to pay attention to that third one that says those are households that make less than $10,000. Okay, so in the valley in 2011, I'm sorry, Cameron County in 2011, the number of households that earned less than $10,000 was 14.2%. By contrast, the number of these two on the bottom, those categories right there, less than 2% of the population. So I want you to just pay close attention while we animate this on the black, less than 10,000. Look what happens over the last 12 years. So the number of households that have gone less than 10,000, gone from 14% to less than 8%. That's good. Now look at the opposite. Look at the bottom two here, the 150 to 200. Play it again if you don't mind, Graciela. Look what happens to them. That's fantastic. So there's evidence that things are happening that are positive. So we just have to see long term what kind of impact that makes. Okay, if you want to go to the next slide. Oh, also you want to try that one again? This is the 100 to the 149,000, an important segment. Go ahead. That too has gone up. So there's some metrics, some indications that things are turning around. Okay, next one, so I can, next. One more. Okay, another factor. I wanted to show this to you all because of the important work that you all do. The county judge and I were at breakfast about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and he mentioned that they were concerned that there were fewer birds. Y'all aware of that? So our crack team, Casiela, gets on it. And so this is random for communities in red, and of course Cameron County is in yellow. From 2005 to 2021, new births. And we randomly chose Travis County in blue and Galveston County at the bottom. Those are non-border communities. So you can see this interesting trend. In Hidalgo County, for example, there were more than 16,000 new babies born. But in 2021, there was 22% fewer. So something's happening on the border, not population-wise, because our population is probably flat or growing, but new births along the border, for whatever reason, have gone dramatically down for the last however many years it is, 15 years. In Cameron County, we were at 8,600, and today we're at 57, 3,000 less. So, exactly. So that's why I wanted to show this to you, and you may have seen this maybe in a different way, but certainly as you all, with the amazing, tremendous responsibilities that you have, shifting resources here and there, hopefully this adds value to that conversation. And it's public, by the way. We're here to give this to you. And then finally, let me finish with the star of the show. Equally important is labor market information. So in Cameron County, there are 450,000 people that live here. Of those 450,000, there's 170,000 workers in our workforce. And of those 170,000, they fill 835 different occupations in 20 different industries. And that pie right there shows you those 20 industries. So I want to show you that in 2024, there are 29% of the jobs in Cameron County are in healthcare. The second piece of that pie is retail trade, which is 11%, and then another 10% in accommodation food. We put those both in red because that's essentially both of them are retail. So the second biggest piece of our industrial segment is retail. The third one is educational services, which is this organization, any public or private institution that provides educational services. And then waste management and remediation is number 4, and so on and so forth. That right there is, from a workforce perspective, is where the rubber meets the road. That is who we are. And that we all have friends in healthcare. It's been a gap and opportunities in healthcare before, now, and it probably will be for the foreseeable future. Mm-hmm. 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 That's absolutely the right direction. If you go back real quick, let me just say something about, if you look at the list of the 835 occupations, there's 2 archaeologists, 2 anthropologists, but there's 3,700 patient care technicians, there's 3,200 operations managers, right? So if you're counseling a student, go where the jobs are. And what you're saying, it absolutely aligns with that very kind of rational way of doing things. You're meeting the market demand. So these are enlisted in Cameron County, the top 10 of those 835 occupations. 2024, these are the occupations that are available, or the top 10 in Cameron County. And if you're wondering what Hidalgo County looks like, click on Hidalgo County, it's the same. They're just ordered a little bit different. And if that's a question about how different does Cameron County look than Hidalgo County, we're the same. Household income's the same, the jobs are the same. We've managed, but going back to the household income, that gap is prolific there as it is for us. We're no different. And going back to the retail, right? Because the perception is that, I'm not making adverse reference, please don't get me wrong, but there's a very profound retail environment in Hidalgo County, but the household income's the same, which corroborates the idea that Our Economic Development Council should go out there and get those restaurants and get those retail environment entities. We just have to be clear-eyed about the impact of that, right? Okay, so so finally, here's just the last image. Top left is the river before 1900. Those are burros carrying barrels with water, and they had to get over that little berm. There was no power until 1905. There were no pumps. So the only way people got water, unless they went down there by themselves, was that those burros went to town and they sold water to the people of our communities. And that's a steamship. Well, obviously, if you put a steamship today, it wouldn't get very far. But back then, they could. The bottom, this is really interesting. This is 10th and Elizabeth in Brownsville. And those cattle, the guy on the right is a guy named John Champion. Those are his cattle. He was selling them to John McAllen. And the reason they're on the corner of 10th and Elizabeth is because that window that's open there, there's a guy in there, he's the banker who was counting the cows to make sure that he was on the up and up. By contrast, for the first time ever, from a workforce perspective, you've got two companies in the valley that we've never seen before. That level of investment, never been seen before. So we collectively have to figure out what are we going to do with the presence of these companies and finally, once and for all, fix that dubious distinction of being the household income at the bottom of that list. I took too much time. I'm happy to answer any questions, though, if there are any. If not, I'm inviting myself back to run.
Yes, come back. No, it was very informative. We appreciate that.
Thank you for the work that you all do. Appreciate it. We'll excuse ourselves so you can get back to the work of the board.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, the next presentation that we have, Christy, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am. They're ready.
We have a very brief presentation by Araya, which is our pharmacy program. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Ms. Capristan. Madam President, members of the board, members of our audience. Tonight's presentation is from Araya, our employee prescription drug program. Tonight we have Patrick McLaughlin from Araya. He's our president. We also have representatives from Valley Risk Consulting, Roger Garza, Javier Leal, and Jonathan Sakulensky. And Patrick will be providing a brief update on how our prescription drug program has been doing since inception, and also providing some recommendations. Are you there, Patrick? If you are, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
Is Patrick not there?
It's showing that he is there, but we can't hear him.
Is he muted, maybe?
It shows he's muted.
Yeah, he says that, we just texted him, he said that he's muted. But it's on his end, I believe.
Yes.
Since I need to log off from the background, I can. Oh, wait, there you
He's signing in and signing back, signing off and signing back in.
go. Okay, perfect. I think Patrick has the PowerPoint.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, that was very strange. I apologize. I'm not sure what happened. It wouldn't let me unmute. Anyways, thank you so much for having me here tonight. I have a brief presentation that I'd like to share with you if I can share my screen. We've been meeting with the administration for the past couple of months, updating them on progress and things that have been happening with the programs that we put in place. The plan is performing financially, and they asked if I would go through that presentation for the board. So that's what I'm going to show you tonight. This first slide was a slide that I gave to the administration back in May, but I was able to update it for an extra month to show you May. I had April, and the last one's the exact same slide, but with one more month. I should have deleted that out of my presentation before I sent it to Mr. Vino, but this is the same slide as the previous one, but has May involved. So what this slide shows is what the plan has actually paid, what the district has paid net cost throughout the first 5 months of the year. Oriya started back in January of 2025. And there's several bars here shows what the plan pay was, what our administrative fees are, what the rebates were, and what the member contribution is, and then the total cost. So the total of those bars added together, the green, the orange, the red, and the yellow there, that represents what the total cost is that's paid to the pharmacies. But the plan doesn't actually pay that. The members pay a little bit, you get a little bit back in rebates, and then there's the cost that you pay Oriya for the administrative fee. So that blue bar shows what the actual cost of the plan is. So it's the plan cost minus the rebates, essentially. So you can see month to month what you're paying there. I'm going to show you the next slide to see what was compared to the previous plan. But the costs are actually very low for the first 3 months of the plan. Talking to the administration, talking to Value Risk, we were watching it very closely, actually lower than we thought it was going to be. And what we had thought was, which is normal, when a plan starts at January 1st and a carrier is changed, many times members will get a lot of prescriptions filled in December, anticipating might be a problem. So we see low utilization the first few months. And that's exactly what we saw. Low utilization in January, February, and March. And then we saw a little bit of an uptick back in April. However, what that represents is there's probably several 90-day supplies filled with the previous vendor back in December. And so we saw that kind of cycle through, hit back again in April. But then we saw our costs go back down again in May of 2025. So our costs are running quite a bit below what you're paying with your previous vendor. If you see this next slide here, we did a comparison of the first 5 months of 2025 versus the first 5 months of 2024. Actually, this says January through April, so really January through May of 2024. So these are the first 5 months with both vendors. You can see with Oriya, for the first 5 months, you paid $183,000. With Prime, you paid $258,000. Oriya's generated about $53,000 in rebates. Prime generated about $73,000. But the net cost with Oriya versus Prime was $129,000 versus $184,000 for the first 5 months of the plan year. If we annualize that savings, it's about $134,000 over the first 5 months of the plan. When I see the first 5 months looking like this, I'm really confident that those numbers are going to hold steady. I think we've seen the little bit of fluctuation. We've got the 1 month in there. I believe a lot of members got more than 90 days supplies filled. So we're really confident that just with what we've done so far in the first 5 months of the year, we're going to save about $134,000 over what you had paid with the previous vendor. So we believe that the plan is performing very well through the first 5 months, and that's going to continue out through the rest of the year. We did some looking for a couple other things because the administration asked us, is there anything else that we can be doing to help lower costs? What are the, was there a question? I'm sorry. What are the areas for all the groups that we're managing, we see where the costs are increasing is in diabetes therapy or GLP-1s. Those are the Mounjaros and the Ozempics that you see the ads on TV for all the time. What we see with many of our plans is that often members will be getting those medications. The doctor will say they're for diabetes, but we find out after some review that many people don't have diabetes. They're actually using the medication for weight loss. So we went back through, we looked at all the members who were using either a Mounjaro or an Ozempic, and we asked and these are members who had started those therapies before Araya was the plan administrator. We went back, we asked all the doctors who prescribe those medications for medical records on those members just to make sure what the diagnosis was. We verified that every person that's on a GLP-1 for the district is taking that medication for diabetes. And no members using it only for weight loss. So it was an exercise that Araya did. We went through, made sure that the members are using the medications for a diagnosis that's covered by the plan, and they're using it correctly. So in other groups we worked with, when we did this audit, we see a pretty high percentage of people taking it for weight loss and not diabetes, but we didn't see that at all with the district. So we were happy to go through, make that verification, and be sure that we're only covering medications for diagnosis that the district covers under the plan benefit. Anyone have any questions around that, or?
No.
Nope. Okay, thank you. The other program that we put in place was our importation pharmacy program, and we had showed you some opportunities. We showed the administration an opportunity report. Say there are some members who are using the program right now, but there are many more who could be using the program. If you remember, when we started this program out, we started out with a small list of medications to try it out with to see if members would be happy with it, if it would produce the savings that we thought it would. We've had some pretty good results so far, but there's still more opportunity out there. So we went through and we looked at all the medications that members are on right now that could have been filled internationally that aren't being filled right now. And this is a list of those medications that are being filled domestically that could have been filled internationally. You can see Rybelsus, Ozempic. A lot of these are those GLP-1 drugs that we talked about before, and a couple other therapies as well. This report has a lot of information on it. We're sending out letters to members every time a member gets a prescription filled internationally. It could have been filled. It gets a prescription filled domestically. That could have been filled internationally. We send them a letter. So this shows you when the last letter was sent for this. Each one of these is an individual member. When their last letter was sent, how many U.S. claims have been filled, when the last domestic was filled, all the way across what the drug cost was, SelectRx cost. And it shows you what the savings would have been if we had filled those prescriptions internationally. So you can see over the far right-hand side, if we had filled all those prescriptions internationally or filled domestically, we would have saved another $38,000 in those first 5 months. And the member savings would have been $1,900. If we annualize that, about $4,600 for the members, about $92,000 for the plan. So on top of the money that we're already saving, we could be saving this much more if we could get more members to utilize the plan. The members eligible to move to importation pharmacy program is about 12 out of all those prescriptions that were filled. And there's 4 members who are currently using the plan. So if we could get those last 12 members over to the international plan, importation pharmacy program, we'd save another $92,000 a year. We said we started out with a small list of medications where we have an incentive for the member to use the international program. We're recommending that we expand to our full list of medications. And I have that list for you here as well. This is all the medications that are available through the importation pharmacy program that will generate a savings back to the district if members move over to these medications. You can see there's probably about 60 drugs on here right now. We started out with 10. We recommend that we expand to the full list and capture all his medications. You don't have members on every one of these medications right now, but tomorrow there could be a new prescription written for a member that would be on this list, and if we don't go to the full list, we'll miss that opportunity. So I think the plan is performing very well right now. I think there's more opportunity if we expand our list out to capture more of those prescriptions. If we do that, we could save about another $192,000 annually if we make that change.
And I do want to interject at this time, because we're talking about a savings not just to the school district, but to our employees as well. So at this time, I'm gonna ask Ms. Barron if you can come up because she volunteered to share her testimony as to how this change has impacted her family's life. Ms. Barron?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Did you miss me? I was one of the employees that came to the meeting when we had the meeting and it was presented to us. And the reason why I came, it wasn't for myself, it was for one of my children. My youngest suffers from epilepsy. He was diagnosed about a year and a half ago. And I have always had the insurance through our district since I started here. And in our previous insurance, my copay for his medication for 1 month alone was $681, and that's not including the monthly doctor visits that I have to do, the EEGs that I have to do on his brain. That's another $350 that I have to pay out of pocket. So with this program, I came to the meeting that was presented to us. I asked about that medication, and if you actually put the slide with all of the medications, it is the second one that is up there. And with that, I was able to I volunteered to be part of this program, and I have zero copay. Everything, they have something called ePrescribe or eScribe, and my doctor just uploads the prescription there. I have nothing to do. Before, I would have to take the medication because it is something that is, I don't know the term on it, but it is a medication that you can't just go and ask for it. I have to personally take it, and or the prescription, and they take care of everything, and it is delivered straight to my house. They actually call me to remind me, you have a refill pending. Would you like for us to send it over to you? So it is directly mailed out to me. I just have to do an electronic signature or receive it in person to make sure that it is getting delivered to our home, and it saves me not only money, but the stress of I have to leave work and pick this up, and I have to do this before the pharmacy closes. And the medication that my son Isaac has to be taking, it's not offered at a lot of pharmacies here in the Valley. In Bronzeville, I only found one. So this has helped me out a lot, and I really hope that other employees know that it is not only for the benefit of the employee, but also for our children and our entire families. So thank you, sir, for doing that, because, I mean, I'm saving so much money now on something like that. I'm looking at him here, but I don't know where he, but I'm looking at your eyes on the screen, sir. But I just really want to thank you because it's really made a huge impact in our finances at home. And, you know, I'm very blessed to have the job that I do, but those families that don't, and with such a high expense, it has really made a tremendous difference. So thank you.
So again, Ms. Barron volunteered. She came to the meeting. As the board remembers, we said we were only going to start with just a handful, but she was interested and said, "Let me try this out." And again, tell me the monthly savings. 680, almost. So again, this is a win, not just for the district, but we're looking at how can we save families, our employees money, and in addition to all of the savings with not having to go around and getting it. So our district really feels that this is can be a huge benefit to our employees, and this is why we wanted to present this information today. to see if we can start those conversations of expanding to the list that was presented.
Thank you, Mrs. Capistan.
I have a question for those, when they switch, is it a required 3-month, 90-day supply? Because I know my employer, so I have to, I cannot go to a pharmacy and get it. I am required to, we're on the same kind of plan, right? And I work for a healthcare company. But we have to do 3-month supplies because that helps lower the shipping cost. So it adds to the savings, of the plan. Is that also something that we can look to?
So, some of the medications we recommend moving to 90 days. A lot of them, they're very expensive, $25,000 for a 30-day supply. And so for those ones, we recommend doing a shorter amount, just to make sure, there's, if it doesn't get delivered, there's no problem there. When you're sending, a $75,000 package in the mail, everyone gets a little nervous about that. Secondly is we want to make sure the patient is going to stay on that medication as well. So all of these, the really high cost medications, we do limit those to 30-day supplies, but many of them we're shipping out in 90-day supplies. The more routine medications, the ones that are your $700, $800, $900 a month, those ones we're shipping out in 90-day supplies.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Next steps would just be to implement, I guess maybe have a insurance committee meeting so that we can inform the committee members to let the people or employees at the campuses and departments know, give them the full list, provide more information. Maybe we can start when the school year begins, we can send out a mass email so that, and have a meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Assist employees with enrollment?
Yes.
And that's what we did the last
time. Right.
Because we started at such a small scale, it impacted just a handful of folks. But like Ms. Barron, she came in because she was interested. And so I am sure that we'll have a lot of employees now that we have a proven success record with the company to say, this is why we're going to do this. But we will keep the board informed about that. But we wanted to share this information because it is great when it's a win-win situation for everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go ahead and pause the regular board meeting to move forward with the public hearing that was scheduled and published in the newspaper for 6 p.m. We're a little late at 6:13 p.m., but I'll go ahead and convene the public hearing. The Point Isabel Independent School District will hold a public hearing at 101 Port Road, Central Administration Boardroom, Port Isabel, Texas, on June 17, 2025 at 6 p.m. for consideration of the, I'm sorry, do I have a motion to pause the regular board meeting?
I move.
I have a motion made by Mr. Davalos.
A second.
A second by Ms. Cantu. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are pausing the regular board meeting at 6:14, moving into the public hearing. The Point Isabel Independent School District will hold a public hearing at 101 Port Road, Central Administration Boardroom, Port Isabel, Texas, on June 17, 2025 at 6 p.m. for consideration of the items listed below. The public may access this hearing at the district's YouTube page. It is 6:14 p.m. I am going to move forward with the public hearing portion of this meeting. Was this agenda duly posted as required by law, Mrs. Capistan?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, we're going into open session and now moving into public comments. Do we have anybody that have signed up for public comments? Chief? No. Okay. We'll move into the public hearing. Item 1, ESSA Consolidated Federal Grant. And that's a presentation by Ms. Kirsty Ramirez.
Good evening, Madam President, Ms. Capistan, and members of the board. So we're going to have a public hearing on the ESSA Consolidated Federal Grant. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and apply for the intent of applying for the ESSA Consolidated Federal Grant. We do apply for this grant every school year. And so the intent and purpose of the public hearing is Point Isabel ISD is preparing to submit the 25-26 ESSA Consolidated Federal Grant application on June 30th, 2025. The application is a consolidated grant application. It does have 4 title grants. It's Title 1, 2, 3, which is our English Language Arts, and then our Title 4, Part A, which is wellness and well-rounded education for our students. Our grant description for Title I, it provides supplemental resources to improve student achievement. It closes educational achievement gaps, and it meets state student performance standards. It also provides all children a fair, equitable, and high-quality education. Our Title II grant allows us to increase student achievement through improving teacher and principal quality. Title III, Part A, which is our English language proficiency, it allows us to develop programs for our limited English proficient students, including our immigrant children and youth. It allows us to develop programs for our students to attain the English proficiency, to achieve academic success across all subjects, and so that way they can meet state content standards and student achievement standards. Our Title IV grant allows all students academic achievement by providing access to a well-rounded education, by allowing us to provide safe and healthy school conditions for student learning, and allows us to provide the use of technology to improve academic outcomes and digital literacy. We are also applying for 2 additional federal grant applications for the 25-26 school year. One of the grant applications is our Special Education Consolidated Grant. This includes the IDEA B Formula Grant and the IDEA B Preschool Grant. The IDEA B Formula Grant allows supplemental resources to help eligible students from ages 3 through 21 who have disabilities receive a free appropriate public education as required by federal statute. The IDEA B Preschool allows the district to have supplemental resources to help eligible students who are ages 3 through 5 with disabilities to receive a free appropriate public education as required by federal statute. We are also applying for the Perkins 5 Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Grant for the 25-26 school year. The Point Isabel ISD is applying for this grant. This grant will allow all students to become more fully academic, knowledgeable through employability skills of secondary education students who are enrolled in CTE programs and programs of study in all areas through junior high and high school. So it'll allow us to improve our studies in CTE. Do we have any information or questions regarding any of the grants that we're applying this year?
Do I have a motion to convene the public hearing on these items?
I'll make a motion, Madam President.
I have a motion made by Ms. Castillo, a second by Ms. Zamora. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we're now convening the public hearing on those 3 items. Any questions by board members or comments? Any comments by the audience? Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing on those 3 items? I have a motion made by Ms. Zamora.
I'll second.
A second by Mrs. Castillo. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Moving on to the public hearing for the discussion of the 2025-2026 proposed budget and the proposed tax rate. We will begin with a presentation of the 2025-2026 proposed budget. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, members of our audience, Ms. Capristan. So tonight's public hearing is in regards to our adoption of the 25-26 budget. According to Texas Education Code 44.002, we must prepare a proposed budget covering all estimated revenues and proposed expenditures for the district for the following fiscal year. The budget must be adopted by June 30th by the Board of Trustees. There's also an action item in the regular school board discussion items to recommend approval for the 25-26 budget. This year, we did have approximately 5 budget committee meetings. From February to June, we covered the entire compensation plan, including stipends, incentives, allowances, high dollar expenditures, fund balance calendars, a lot of trends, the 5-year plans, and some tax rate and property values. So this is our official budget for the 25-26 school year.
These are the required funds the board must approve. As you can see, it's the 101 federal food service, 199 local maintenance, and 598 debt services with a total of 56.2 million. These are the revenue funds. They're divided between the 101, 199 general fund, 101 food service, and 598 debt service. Between the local, state, and federal fund revenue. For food service, our biggest revenue comes from the federal, 2.01 million, and from the general fund, the biggest revenue comes from local, 48.3 million. Big part of it comes from the tax collection, with a total of 51.49 million. This is another way to see it. The total revenues in the pie chart. We can see that our biggest revenue comes from the local revenue.
This is a report expenditure by function for 101, 199, and 598. This is a required report. We must approve a budget by fund by function. So you see your 101 food service at 2.1 million. You see your 199 and all the several functions. The biggest amount there is 25 million. That is our recapture payment. No one likes that one. The other one is function 11 for instruction. That's our teacher pay, teacher supplies at $12 million. Our next amount would be maybe a function 51, facilities, maintenance, and operations. That's our maintenance and operations, insurance, our utilities. We spend a lot on those. And then 598 function 71 debt service, 3.1 million. That is to pay our bond payment. So those are like the four biggest expenses that we have here.
And Ms. Gonzalez, for people that don't understand what that Chapter 41 payment, can you just kind of give a brief description of why?
Yes, definitely. So in a previous slide, we saw revenue of like $45 million of tax collections. Unfortunately, we do not get to keep all $45 million. We have to send approximately, of course, these are all estimates, 25 million back to the state. So we have to budget for that so we can expense it back out to the state because we're not able to keep it here for the school district. We have to send it back to TEA.
So they can get back.
Change it. So this is just another way of seeing another chart, the biggest expense, our recapture payment.
But because on paper, it looks like we have such a large amount of income that impacts our state comp and our federal
Yes,
programs as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So, because it appears that we get to keep that, but then we end up being negatively impacted because we really don't get to keep that.
Correct. It looks like we have a huge $52 million budget. In reality, you have to take out the 25.
So they don't take into account the $25 million payment?
Not always. Not for everything. Nope.
Another way to show it to you guys is by object code. As you can see, our expenditures by object code, the biggest one is the 6,200 professional and contracted services for 28.5 million. That's the recapture payment, insurance and utilities. The second one will be payroll, with the 6,100 for 20.7 million, with a total of 56.2 million.
Another required report is our state comp budget of 1.7 million. We're required to show this as a presentation as well. We divided this by object code. So payroll costs 1.5 million, professional services 24,000, total of 1.7. The payroll costs mainly are our deans of instruction, our counselors, our aides. That's the payroll we put into that account number.
This is the public notice we sent to the newspaper for this meeting. It was sent in June 5th, advertised for June 5th. It's, we have 10 to 30 days to send a notice for the public to see. The most important one is the comparison,
Is the,
comparison of the proposed budget with last year's budget, with maintenance operation decreasing 11.46%, the debt service decreasing 1.19% to a total expenditure decrease of 10.95%.
a little tiny, but this was in the paper on June 5th, and this is the main part that is important. We did decrease from last year's budget to this year's. We had to go ahead and reduce some costs, try to balance our budget. The rest of the information pertains to more of the tax rate, so we'll bring this up later once we set the tax rate in September. So we'll go over the rest of the information then, but the most important part is the budget piece here. And I believe that is the last slide for the presentation. Any questions?
Do I have a motion to okay. Do I have a motion to convene the public hearing on the budget? I have a motion made by Ms. Castillo, a second by Ms. Zamora. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do you have any comments by the public? Mr. Wolverton. Do you want a microphone so we can? Oh, it's for the, no, for the recording, for the recording.
These are your usable funds for the district, what the district uses, right? Now, I'll quote from, now, the finance of Portersville Independent School District in '23 was my last records that I had got from the state. And in that disclosure there, it was Portersville Independent School District spends $12,290,000 per student. Each year, it has an annual revenue of $47,500,000 that time, and it's changed now to the 56, it sounds like, okay? And overall, the district spent, and then it was $5,900,000 on instruction, $4,000,000, et cetera, on support services, and $721.5 million for other things. Now, your total tax collection on behalf of the Cameron County Appraisal District bills that out and collects it. Now, where's all the rest of that?
If we can show that one slide, and again, the numbers change from year to year, but approximately we range, and Ms. Gonzalez, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's approximately between 49 and 51% of what we receive has to go back to the state. We do not get to keep it. But here for budget purposes, we have to budget, no, the other slide that has recapture. Okay, that one. So basically that is our budget. So this budget looks like we get to keep $56 million, but we actually have to send, if you look at function 91, and that's going to be this year's budget, 25%, $25 million is going back to the state. The district does not get to keep that.
That's crystal clear. But in this 23 here, there was 721 million that wasn't even, it says on other expenses.
Is that from TEA website?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's from the
We've never spent 720 million. No, we've never received.
We never received.
okay, what is your total worth in your jurisdiction for your taxing property?
So
You got over $4 billion worth of property that you're taxing at your rate.
The values, the property values that we're taxing
Property value,
is
yes.
about 6.2 billion.
Yeah.
For values.
Mhm.
But then we multiply it by our tax rate to collect approximately $45 million in revenue for tax collections, but then we send $25 million back to the state.
and then you take and you have the 100% property on the appraised value, which your contractor's collecting for you at 100% on the appraised property value.
But when we pay that, because I brought this up, the school district only gets 80% of the appraised value. I believe it was 80% if for here, right? Point is YSD.
That's
South
where
Texas-
some of that 700 went then. The total amount, then
Yeah, and
does
like
that
South
come through your checking account here, or that
No.
goes straight to the state?
the Cameron County
Cameron
appraisal.
County.
The appraisal
Yeah.
district
That goes
collects,
to the appraisal.
the appraisal
Oh,
district,
all your taxes, the monies go to the appraisal district?
they collect the taxes for us.
Yeah.
The district, the appraisal district, and then they send us the piece that is owed to the school.
I thought the tax collection was here.
No,
A long
no, sir.
time ago.
That's at Cameron County.
Okay, so there's a whole lot more money than what, this is just what y'all use here to run the operation in the
Correct.
community.
Yes, sir.
Everything there. But then all that other is, and going back in time, you see, you have the appraisal district that has worked up to 100% of the appraised value of the property. And across the state, the average collection, entities have their taxing entity, whoever they contract, they're a contractor, you have to contract with them every year, correct? So they're actually a contractor. And so, in doing so, the average state is about 37% of the appraised value of the property is what's currently being done. It was about that when we began, and it's worked up to about 100% now. So all that money's been taken out of this community and not even used around here. And there's ways to do, you could take and a group of us were together 5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and came in everything. You could sweep all the homesteads off of the tax rolls and still have all your money. Now, that would be a significant increase. And how many, what's your population in your workforce here? What, 400 and something? 300, about 350. And how many homesteads are in that? And then, so that's just some of my questioning and things that I would hope y'all would think about into the future doing that. And you could roll back every year instead of allowing your contractor to take their stats of their appraised values of property at 100%. And how many years in consistency now have you had no less than 3% increase, no less than 3% in your increase annually on the property? And it's gotten to the point now to where it's so expensive that an average middle-income family can't hardly reside here anymore. And that could improve your student population. I don't know how back to 23, you had 2,072 students, and you funded them at 12,000 a student then. The state requirement was 6 at that time. Yeah, and here, it's probably not,
I am really interested if I can get your information and to meet individually with our CFO and to be able to understand your questions, and if there's any opportunity that we can do outside of what we're doing, I would greatly want to discuss that further.
Well, and something else too, you could have them do it this year when they collect your taxes, is let them put the 3% discount in if you pay in everything up front, early.
So again, if we can get your information.
They took that out. And those were board actions and stuff.
And a lot
Yeah,
of that is the appraisal district, but yes. I mean,
No,
I think
absolutely.
y'all
We
could have a
would
very
love
good-
to.
No, that was a board action. That wasn't appraisal district. The early payment, because when you get your tax statement, if you look on the back, it registers everybody there that does and doesn't give the 3% discount.
We'll look into it. I don't remember.
And the point I was trying to make was, Mr. Wolverton, I just pulled up my taxes. Point is about ISD, so my appraised value, the school district doesn't get my full appraised value, right? There's other entities that do get their percentage at the full appraised value. That's where the homestead discount comes in, all those things. But no,
No, it's $100,000. It's a hundred.
it's a flat. It's a flat now. Yeah. It used to be a percentage though. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolverton. If you can give your information to Ms. Gonzalez, they can set up a meeting with you to further discuss this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Any other comments? All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mr. LeBlanc, a second by Mr. Davalos. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The public hearing on the budget is adjourned at 6:38 p.m. Do I have a motion to return to our regular board meeting?
Make a motion, Madam President.
I have a motion made by Ms. Castillo, a second by Ms. Cantu. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're reconvening the regular board meeting at 6:38 p.m. Moving on to public comments for our regular board meeting. Did anyone sign up? No?
No.
Okay. Moving on to announcements. Any announcements, Mrs. Capistan?
Yes, Ms. Scott, thank you so much. Just a reminder, we are working on summer hours throughout the month of June and July. And our central office will be open Monday through Thursday from 7:30 to 5 p.m.
Moving on to the business agenda, approval of consent agenda. We have a request to move item 5 to the regular agenda, action agenda. So with the exception of item 5, do I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion made by Mr. Davalos.
I'll second, Madam.
A second by Mrs. Castillo. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously for the approval of the consent agenda. And I'll go ahead and, is there a particular order you want, number 5? You want to talk about that one first? Okay. We'll go ahead and move item 5 that was on the consent agenda to the first item of discussion for the discussion and action agenda. So that is recommend approval of budget amendment number 25-069 to amend funds from unassigned fund balance to athletics, band, cheer, and drill team based on a 5-year plans in the amount not to exceed $339,702. Mrs. Capistan?
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. We have started working on 5-year plans for the majority of our programs, including athletics, cheer, dance, band, and this is a way to ensure that all of the different programs, the different sports, are on a rotation for new uniforms, for new equipment. And we work closely with our athletic department, along with our cheer, our dance, and our band. A couple years ago, I think it was about 4 years ago, when we ordered brand new uniforms for our band, and that was in excess of $100,000. But we know in addition to the uniforms for band equipment is extremely expensive. So again, we are putting a 5-year plan and monitoring that and adding to that plan every single year. I'm going to ask Ms. Gonzalez to expand on any of that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Capisan. Madam President, members of the board, members of our audience. Yes, definitely, we started working with our different departments regarding their 5-year plans. We did start a few years back, and we've already provided athletics a lot of ability to purchase a lot of their uniforms and other items they need. We did also provide some money for the dance team to buy all their uniforms about last year. I think it was 23-24. We also assisted the cheer program too with their uniforms, and I believe this would be the first year we're going to provide for the band, besides the uniforms that we provided them 4 years ago. So these are the plans that they put together, and this is the items that they felt they needed. Athletics did a good job this year, spending almost all their money. It was almost $224,000 that we gave them in 24-25. So this coming year, it is a little bit smaller, the $39,500, because they had already got the bulk of their items in 24-25. So they're going to get a smaller amount next year, and then band's going to get the bulk for 25-26 at about $240,000. Cheer also provided their documentation for their 5-year plan, so we're going to move forward with their $50,202. And then the drill had their beautiful plan as well, and they did request only $4,378, and we're providing them $10,000. We doubled what they requested.
In addition to that, we are adding 3 new sports to junior high. We are adding soccer, baseball, and softball. And we are going to be purchasing equipment along with uniforms for those 3 brand new junior high sports. So again, we're just adding long-term plans. We want to ensure that all of our programs are part of the plan for 5 years. And we continue to update the board on that.
Thank you. Yes, I was the one that requested that it be moved to open discussion because I wanted the public to know that these departments are strategically planning their costs, their budget, just like we do at home. And so that way we won't get hit one year with a humongous expenditure from one of these departments. So they're thinking year to year and planning out their budget. And kudos to these departments for doing that.
Do I have a motion to approve Budget Amendment 25-069 to amend funds from unassigned fund balance to athletics, band, cheer, and drill team based on 5-year plans in the amount not to exceed $339,702?
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion made by Mrs. Castillo and a second by Mrs. Zamora. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 1 on the action agenda. Recommend approval to endorse Dr. Sylvia Sanchez Garza from South Texas ISD for election of the Texas Association of School Boards Board of Directors for Region 1, Position B. Ms. Capisan.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. Dr. Sylvia Sanchez Garza from South Texas ISD requested to place this item on the board as she is seeking our district's endorsement for election on the TASB Board of Directors for Region 1. And so attached to your board packet, you see her letter with her information, and a TASB endorsement form that she is seeking.
Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion made by Ms. Scalvan, second.
I'll second.
A second by Mr. LeBlanc. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 2, recommend approval of the Point Isabel Independent School District's 2025-2026 compensation plan. Mrs. Capisan.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. As Ms. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, the compensation plan was part of the documents that were discussed and presented throughout our budget process. And at this time, we are ready to present the compensation plan. With the budgets that we have right now, we know that there's possibility, and we're very hopeful that we will get final numbers really soon from the state regarding what the additional funds will look like for our school district. And we actually have a superintendent and administrator meeting tomorrow where Mo Casey will be presenting some information. And as soon as we get additional solid numbers, we will come back to the board with additional increase. But at this time, since we don't have those concrete numbers, we cannot add those to this plan right now. So our compensation plan just includes the absolute numbers that we have at this time. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Ms. Capisan. Madam President, members of the board, members of our audience, that is correct. So we are waiting for clarification on the legislature approval of different items that we need to follow, but we are working with Mo Casey, our detailed Josh Haney. He's assisting us on every specific item that got approved and how much we're potentially going to get for all of those so we can determine how much we're able to provide for increases. And definitely we will come back to the board to amend our compensation plan and our budget once we get those clarifications.
And obviously, salary increases is our number one priority. So as soon as we get those numbers, we will ask the board to come back, convene, either through a workshop and or a budget meeting at the same time.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion made by Mrs. Castillo,
I'll second.
a second by Mr. LeBlanc. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 3, recommend approval of the Point Isabel Independent School District 2025-2026 budget. Mrs. Capitan.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. Earlier, Ms. Gonzalez presented our budget as part of, along with Pedro, as part of what has been presented throughout our budget process. If any board members have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them at this time.
Do I have a motion to approve the 2025-2026 budget?
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion made by Mr. LeBlanc, a second by Mrs. Zamora. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 4, as recommended by Valley Risk Consulting, the Point Isabel Independent School District recommends the following. 1, approve awarding RFP number 0325 WCI for workers' compensation insurance to Harding Conley Drawer Chinch Insurance Agency, Incorporated from San Antonio, Texas, for a 3-year period from September 1st, 2025 through August 31st, 2028, in the estimated annual amount of $89,582 contingent on actual payroll costs. And 2, authorize the superintendent or designee to execute any and all agreements to bind coverage. Do I have, Mrs. Capisan?
Ms. Scott, members of the board, back in May, we went out for a request for proposals for our workers' comp. And I'm going to ask Ms. Gonzalez to provide us with a little bit more information, but we're always looking at the best value for our school district. And the process was a little extensive. I'm going to ask Ms. Gonzalez to present.
Thank you, Ms. Capisan. Madam President, members of the board, members of our audience, that is correct. Our workers' comp insurance, we had a 3-year rate guarantee the past 3 years, so we had to go ahead and go out again. And we also requested a 3-year rate for our upcoming bid as well for workers' compensation. Valley Risk Consulting did assist us with the bid, and we advertised in the PI Press. We've advertised in the Valley Morning Star. The deadline was May 5th. We did receive 4 responses, which was great. The bid opening was held on May 5th, which we did score, and we're recommending the vendor Harding Conley Drawer Tinch Insurance Agency in the amount of $89,582. Of course, their percentage is based on a $20 million payroll. So it might fluctuate based on the payroll. So that is a decrease or a savings of approximately $17,000 for the year, about 16.54% decrease. So we're looking at every possibility to decrease our costs. This is one of them. And they were also able to provide the same thing our previous company did with on-site visits, also a safety footwear program at 3% premium. And they are offering a 3-year rate guarantee as well. So we are recommending for this company to be awarded for our workers' comp coverage.
I have a motion made by Ms. Zamora,
A second.
a second by Mr. LeBlanc. Any questions or comments by board members? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 5, recommend approval of architectural services and payment number 4 to Gomez Mendez Signs Incorporated for the Point Isabel Independent School District Administration Building addition improvements and high school security booth in the amount not to exceed $2,043.64. Mrs. Cabezon.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. Actually, number 5 and number 6 go together. And with us today, we have Mr. David Mondial with GMS Gomez Mendez Science, along with Mr. Bill Peacock with Peacock Construction. We had our first owners meeting today, and as the community and public can see, there's activity that's happening here at our central administration building. I'm going to ask Mr. Mondial to provide an update. We're just at the very beginning stages, but as always, my number one question will always be, are we on schedule and will we finish as stated? Mr. Mondale.
Yeah. Good evening, thank you. So what I'm going to present to you today, obviously we've just started the project, so I'm going to just go over a broad overview of the project schedule. So you can go to the next slide. So it did take a little bit to get the building permit. We did issue the notice to proceed on May 16th. So as soon as we issued the notice to proceed, contractor mobilized on site. He started clearing out the area for the new addition. We've got temp fencing, we have tree protection, the SWIP plan for erosion control, all of that is in place. So if you recall, there's 3 parts to the project. So it's the addition, the actual addition, the standalone building, the security booth, and then the existing building that we're in now, the exterior upgrades. So all of those are all going to track differently on the construction schedule. So right now the activity is mainly on the addition. So they've cleared out the building pad. I think the subgrade passed today, and we're starting to work on fill. So they'll start bringing in fill, start building up the building pad so that we can get ready to pour foundations. And some of the timing, so the security booth shows a start date of the end of June, maybe July. That again will be timed with when the slab gets started here at the admin building, so that when he mobilizes here, those crews can also do the slab over at the security booth. So there's some timing that Bill's working on with trying to organize those. The existing administration exterior upgrades are going to begin once we start erecting steel and exterior studs on the addition. Again, once that subcontractor is on site, we'll be able to start pushing them on part of the other portions of the building. So it's just timing of subcontractors, and that's why it's split up that way. Overall, the substantial completion for the entire project is scheduled for February 25th. So on subsequent updates, we'll be doing exactly that. We're going to show you possibly the 3 parts of the project, how they're tracking, if we're ahead on some, if we're behind on other areas. But ultimately, the goal is to reach that February 25th timeline. So that's the broad overview of the construction schedule. So just graphically, this is the demo plan. So this just shows the current conditions as they are. The highlighted blue area is the area that Peacock is working in now. So a portion of that drive has been demoed. They cleared out the building foundation pad, and that portable in the corner has been moved. So go to the next one. So this shows the same activity, but now this is the new floor plan and the new site plan. So the area they've cleared out down there on the bottom is where the future parking will go, and obviously the excavated areas where the building is currently. So that's where they're focused right now, and the current activity. So the next slide is a video that we put together. And so normally when we do these project sites, we try to bring the site to the board members. You know, here you have the advantage of going outside and seeing it. But we've tried to put together, this is how you'll get to see the project update.
We're excited to bring you a quick update on the progress happening at the construction site. The contractor has officially mobilized and is now fully set up on site. Security fencing and signage have been installed to clearly mark the area and help keep everyone safe. Erosion control measures are now in place. These help prevent dirt or debris from washing away during rain and protect the surrounding environment. Tree protection has also been added to preserve any nearby trees that are staying in place during construction. See, one of the 3 portable buildings that needed to be removed has already been taken off site, and part of the old parking lot has been cleared to make room for new work. The ground has been cut and leveled in the area where the new building will go. Right now, the team is bringing in dirt to raise and compact that area. In simple terms, they're building up a solid, stable base for the foundation. Looking ahead, the next big milestone will be preparing for the actual building foundation. This will include laying out forms and getting ready for concrete work to begin. We're off to a strong start, and we'll continue to keep you informed as the project moves forward. Thank you for your time and continued support.
So that, again, in future updates, we'll try to do that. You know, we're trying to leverage our technology, so that was just the drone, obviously giving you an oversight of the building.
Cool.
Yeah, that had been relayed. So I'm trying to at least, you know, keep you updated. So the other things that we'll do too is once the building goes up, we have other methods to be able to walk the building and show you interior stuff. And again, just to keep you updated at, you know, what's going on. And hopefully by the time you do walk it, you won't be surprised with what you see because you're going to be constantly updated. So again, that's just what we're going to try to do monthly, I'm assuming, to try to keep everybody updated. It is going to be a fast-paced project. It's not a huge addition, but we are managing sort of 3 different parts, and we'll keep you updated as we move along. So any questions on the update?
I just have one.
Sure.
So the security booth, does that also include, because I know we were waiting for that to be done before we could do redo Tarpon Drive. Is that also expected on that completion date? Like,
No, those are separate, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So the security booth. The security booth, and I think that it has a pad around it, but it's not all of Tarpon Drive. It's the security pad.
okay. So
We will be waiting for that because I don't want to damage Tarpon Drive as a result of working on the security pad. It's all about timing.
okay.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the payment number 4 to Gomez Mendez Signs?
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion made by Mrs. Castillo. Who's the second? Ms. Gon. A second by Ms. Galvan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. To coincide with that, item 6, recommend approval of payment number 1 for general contractor fees on the additions and renovations to the administration building to Peacock General Construction Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $144,153. I have a motion made by Mrs. Galvan, a second by Ms. Cantu. Any questions or comments by board members? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 7, the Pointisville ISD recommends the following: approve utilizing the job order contract JOC delivery method through a purchasing cooperative for the dairy restroom addition project. Mrs. Capistan.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. As we moved all of our early childhood, pre-kinder, kinder, first and second grade students to Dairy Elementary, and in preparation for our pre-kinder classrooms, one of the items that we had discussed was ensuring that all of our pre-kinder classes had a restroom inside them. Although it's not required by let's see, as just required, we know that little ones have to go to the restroom a lot. And so we have, this presentation is the addition of restrooms to our pre-kinder restrooms at Darien. I'm going to ask Mr. Villarreal to present what the plan is to ensure the proper procurement and timeline as well. Mr. Villarreal?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President, Ms. Capistran, and members of the board. Basically, what I'm hearing right now is just to present as far as the procurement method or the delivery method for this project, right? And we're asking for the board to approve that. So right now, what we got in here, just look at a couple of slides so we can show you pretty much the scope of work, what's going to be in there. So this is the existing conditions that we have right now in the school at Darien Elementary, right? This is the pre-kindergarten classrooms that we have. So they were labeled a little bit different, like in the 100s, but in reality it's room 43, 44, 45, and 46. So it's 4 classrooms that do not have restrooms. If you can see the ones on the bottom, they do have. It just, at one time they did them. I guess when it came with the construction came in, that's what they came in with, the restrooms. So we're trying to use the same idea what they had, so we can implement on these other 4 restrooms that don't have them. So the proposed idea is, as you can see in this slide, right, is we went ahead and put, I guess, the restrooms on the opposite side. They're similar to the ones the same size, right, and the ones we already got existing. So on the scope of work, we added a single-use restroom for classrooms, 43 to 46. They're being designed for pre-kinder students. Approximate size will be between 7 by 7. That'll be, and that'll be the idea, just to comply with ADA, right, on the fixtures and accessories. And also, one feature that we have, they're going to be ceramic, which is required to have some ceramic on the floors and the walls, similar to the existing conditions that we have. And the doors, so we're going to have anti-lock hardware just for safety purposes, just in case the kids were trying to lock themselves. So we're doing that. As far as the construction of that, will be metal stud frame, so it'll be fast and doing it instead of using CMU. Basically on that, and the plumbing and electrical as per code compliance. So it's very similar project that we have right now. Is not a very difficult project. It's supposed to be very fast, considering to the type. Yes, sir.
Room 45 and room 40, like, you see those are back to back, right? Which makes sense for the
Correct.
plumbing. Could
Yes.
we have not put this one up top there and this one down here, so there'd be less plumbing?
And that is a good question. Unfortunately, there's windows on the opposite side. That was the only downside to that.
I don't see them marked there, so
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes, but there's windows there, so that's we just couldn't use that. But it was a great idea. Correct. They're compatible. It's exactly the same format, with the exception, instead of using CMU, we're going to use metal stud frame. The timeline to start, so on the timeline that we're working on, right now we're going to start projecting, start sending out to the to the vendors, to the co-ops, right, or cooperatives, right. Hopefully we can get it on the timeline. Hold on a second. Okay. So in my timeline in there, we're gonna send it out to the co-ops, right? And we're gonna send it out for 10 days for them. And then we're supposed to be receiving somewhere the plans or the quotes, I'm sorry, I will say June 30th. That's our goal, to get them in. And then as we discuss in there, we're trying to see if we can get like a special couple meeting by July the 1st. If we get everything in line, after that, we should be able to start construction like right away within days or so. When we get the agreement, we get POs and all the process, and the construction should be, we're estimating about between 60 to 90 days completion. So hopefully we can get them sooner than that. So that's our goal. The restrooms are gonna have very similar to what they have right now, which is a closed door, what they have. You're talking about looking, having a window through, I don't know if that is actually allowed.
Okay. This is over in the fifth grade wing by the canopy, right? Yeah.
Correct.
The last time we were there, we were doing a walkthrough, wasn't there wiring that was being run across?
Yes.
Is this an opportunity now that there's gonna be some digging where we can move some of that wiring?
Well, we're in the process of trying to remove all that wiring. Unfortunately, the fire system, the fire alarm is the one that is creating that issue. We still have not been able to identify which of the wire it is. It's just it's a harness of a lot of wires.
Which is that little area right there.
Correct. Yes.
That area in between the
Yes. Okay. But going to that, we're not gonna touch none of that area.
Oh, okay.
The scope of work on the civil side, which is to do the drain of the sewer line, it's on the opposite side. If you can see the gang restrooms on top, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what actually all the sewer line is.
Okay.
We're gonna tap into that. So we're gonna go penetrate the wall to make it faster. We're not gonna dig it in the concrete. That's gonna save us a lot of time. We're gonna go sideways, horizontal, and just come out on the side of the wall.
Okay.
Okay, but yes, it goes north. On the main sewer line,
Mhm.
it's actually on the alleyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it, okay. I tried.
Restrooms are right there, that the students will be using. And only the pre-kinder students will be using. What happens for the 16
We're looking mid-September to the end of September. The intent at one time was to do like 2 at a time, but it's gonna delay the project, gonna be longer. So there's additional classrooms in there that can be used while we do this work.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move.
I have a motion made by Mr. Davalos. Do I have a second? I have a second by Ms. Cantu. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 8, recommend approval to accept training hours completed by each board member from May 2024 through May 2025. Board member Cynthia Cantu has a total of 28 hours. Board member Cecilia Castillo has a total of 20 hours. Board member Frank Davalos has a total of 6 hours. Emily Galvan has a total of 30 hours. Andrew LeBlanc has a total of 31 hours. Heather Scott has a total of 28 hours. And Berta Zamora has a total of 20 hours. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion made by Cecilia Castillo, a second by Mr. LeBlanc. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to superintendent's educational reports.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, members of the board, and to our audience. Attached to your board agenda, we have public school reports for the month of May 2025, tax office reports, and finance reports. If anyone has any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Moving on to executive closed session, the president of the board will call an executive closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.001, which authorizes the holding of such closed or executive session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal issues related to Safe Global Incorporated. Section 551.072, deliberations regarding real property. Item 1, discussion and or possible action on approving the bids received on property struck off to Cameron County for itself and other taxing jurisdictions from a tax resale conducted on April 1st, 2025. Item 2, recommend approval for discussion and possible action on the resolution approving the bids received on the tax resale properties on April 1st, 2025. Section 551.074, personnel matters, discussing personnel deliberations on appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, and dismissal, or to hear complaints against personnel. Item 1, discussion and possible action on superintendent recommendation for renewals, proposed non-renewals, and resignations of professional educator contracts, professional staff administrators, professional staff others. Item 2, discussion and possible action of professional personnel report that includes employment, resignation, leaves of absence, new hires, promotions, and transfers for the month of June 2025. Conduct superintendent summative evaluation, and 4, discussion and possible action on superintendent's contract. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? I have a motion made by Ms. Cantu, a second by Mrs. Galvan. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going into executive session at 7:12 p.m. 12 noon tomorrow,
I'll
June
move.
18th. I have a motion made by Mrs. Castillo, a second by Mrs. Zamora. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll recess until Wednesday, June 18th at 12 noon. And